everybody, this is Racer Andy, and we are bringing you some live racing action from Sebring International Raceway. Thanks for joining us. I believe we have a short break until the next race. That's good. That'll give us a chance to get everything ready. And there's your pace car leading the pack. And we have Spec Racer Fords on hand for you, so sit back and watch the fun, man. Here we go. These guys are going to put on a heck of a show, man. Look at all those cars. So, yeah, man. Thanks for joining us, everybody. This is Racer Andy, and we are coming to you live from beautiful, historic Sebring International Raceway. There you go. How's that look? Boy, I gotta get a lens cleaner, and the laptop is like covered in dust from yesterday, man. So your Spec Racer Fords are out there on your warm-up lap. They should be coming back around here pretty soon. Thanks everybody for joining us. Let us know if you can hear the audio pretty well, if you can hear the sound of my voice, and if you can hear the cars okay. That's important to us because we want you guys to be able to hear the cars, man, because that's half the fun of coming to the racetrack, is like hearing these monsters, man. So, let me see. Hi everybody, there's Andy, and we're just getting ready to go with this great Spec Racer Ford race coming up to you. I hope you're enjoying these broadcasts. We're going to be up here next month in February. I think it's the 9th and 10th, but it's the end of the first week of February, so please join us for those. Whoops, I think my eyeglasses got all whacked out. I need my eyeglasses so I can be able to see what I'm doing. Okay. Okay, let me adjust my microphone a little bit here. So, welcome everybody, and we're getting ready to bring you some exciting Spec Racer Fords. And I think I can hear them coming up towards us. You can definitely hear them coming tearing down the front straightaway. There's your leader. Look at this horde of cars, man. Okay. So those guys should be coming around on their first lap, their second lap actually. It's a sunny day today, so you can see in the monitor, look at that blue sky. Yeah, it's a beautiful day. And they call this the winter vacation. And that's for a pretty good reason, because if you're up north and it's snowing, this would be a great place to take winter vacation. Not sure what happened there. Oh, I think I see a standing yellow. I haven't plugged in the radio yet, so I can't hear what's going on in race control. Pardon me. Grabbing a drink. But yeah, apparently something's going on, because we would have seen some race cars coming by now. So I believe this race is also being covered by the club themselves. And I encourage you to tune in and watch those guys because they probably give you a much more complete coverage of the race. I think I see the pace car coming. And see if I can bring up the race monitor. And there you go. There's everybody trailing along behind the pace car. And I think those guys yesterday, the Spec Racer Fords, I think they were the only ones that didn't have a yellow flag their whole race. So I feel like almost every other race had a full course yellow. And so maybe they're making up for it today. I'm going to bring up the race monitor and see if we can figure out what's going on. Yeah, and it sure enough appears that those guys are under a full course yellow. So apparently they've made a mess and needs cleaned up, and it's requiring more than one lap of going around and get it cleaned up. So, and it appears that the clock is running. So your leader Brian Schofield just passed start finish apparently, and the number 96 of Keith Grant is running second in the overall in the lineup. Like when they throw a yellow flag, a lot of times they kind of get frozen right where they're at, and that doesn't necessarily mean that that's where they are as far as let's zoom the camera out. Look at that beautiful sky. It's a beautiful, nice day. It's about 80 degrees already. So thanks everybody for joining us. This is Racer Andy, coming to you from myracedata.com. It's a light breeze. It's nice. And like I say, it's a warm day. It's probably, I'd say 80 degrees at least. And I think we hear some motors coming up. My glasses as well. It's like everything's covered in a ton of dust, man. That's one of the things about when we're over here on the exit of Turn 5, which is where we are, in case you guys want to come over here and visit us. We are in the exit of Turn 5, and when we sit over here, that when guys run off the outside edge of the track, they just like kick up the dust, and I don't know, by some miracle it always seems that the wind is blowing exactly in this direction, and we just get pelted with a ton of dirt. So I think I'm going to spend probably about the next 3 days when I get home cleaning all my equipment up. Okay, now I can see through my glasses. That's a cool thing. So, welcome everybody. This is Racer Andy, and there you see the pace cars again leading the field around the and there you saw our leader is Brian Schofield in the number 61. Second place is 96, Keith Grant. Third place is the 71 of Trey Ayers. And so this is the Central Florida Region Winter Vacation Southeast Conference Majors. Sports Car Club of America. We are very proud to bring you these club races. This is the finest amateur racing in North America. Let us know if you can hear the cars okay. Is reporting an excellent feed, so hopefully you guys are getting a good look at this. We're currently broadcasting in 1080p at 30 frames, and I went and looked at some of the footage from yesterday, and it looked okay. We usually are able to broadcast at a little bit higher frame rate and a little bit higher resolution, but we don't seem to be getting the upload speed we usually get out of the satellite dish. So, but hopefully it looks pretty good. Jump into chat. Let me see if I can find my phone around here. But jump into chat and say hi. Let us know if it sounds okay. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Looks nice on the monitor. This race today is being run on the famous 12-hour course. That we're running full course this particular event, and I'm sure that's exciting for the racers themselves, and some guys like short course better, and some guys like long course better, but it's always a thrill running on the same configuration as the big boys are going to do here in March. And 12 hours is coming up. You can see that all around the racetrack they're already getting everything ready for the 12 hours. There will be a club race next February 9th, I believe, it's the first weekend of the end of the first week of February. Let me look at the calendar here. Yeah, I'm sorry, pardon me. It's the next race will be on February 7th and 8th, and we'll be here. We'll be live streaming. The production crew is already they're already registered, and we've already got some pardon me. We've got some hotel reservations made. And sorry for the delay. Alrighty, I can hear the motors coming up. That's a good sign. I was grabbing myself some quick breakfast there, or lunch, depending on what time zone you're in. Okay, look at this. We are. There you go. Everybody makes it through cleanly that time. And after having quite a delay there. And now I think I can see, yikes, it looks like the yellow flag is out again. So these guys are not going to get much of a race in, that's for sure. This is, I believe all the races today are 35 minutes. And these guys have burned up about 20 of their 35 minutes. And let's see. And once again, the clock is still running. And yeah, they have less than 10 minutes. They've already expired 24 minutes of their 35-minute race. So, pardon me that. So that's a pity. So, hi, if you're just joining us, everybody. This is Racer Andy, and we are coming to you live from beautiful, historic. Oh, they are back behind the pace car again. So these guys here, I'll kind of zoom in because it's about the best racing action I think you're going to get out of these guys. You know, and I was excited to see the Spec Racer Ford race because these guys generally put on a pretty good show, but apparently they're putting on too good of a show today because they're just having a tough time getting clean laps in without having any yellow flag incidents. So if you're new to racing, just yellow flags are what happens when there's some type of an accident or somebody loses control, and if they spin out and they're in an area of the racetrack where it's dangerous for the other competitors and also for the guy that's inside the car and the corner workers to come and help them get out of the car. You know, they have various different ways of controlling the race, and these guys are not particularly getting any clean laps in. So we're coming to you live from Sebring International Raceway in beautiful Sebring, Florida, Central Florida. This is the Central Florida region winter vacation, and we just like to remind y'all that down here in Florida, if you're a racer from up north, This is where you need to come and have a vacation, because if it's cold and snowing where you are, it's about 80 degrees and the sun's shining and it's a beautiful day. I'm going to zoom the camera back a little bit so you guys can see the stars and stripes. There's the American flag. We got a very light breeze here today. Guys are making their way through 9 and 10. I can see them, and like I say, they're the pace cars holding them at a pretty low speed so they can get cleaned up. I can see some of the wreckers moving around off in their little area over there between over near turn 8 or 9. There's a little chute where they can go out onto the racetrack. You can see there's another one right there. See where they can go through there with their trucks and the earth mover and stuff, and go retrieve cars and what have you. So this is Racer Andy from MyRaceData.com, and we are bringing you live stream racing action, club racing. We've been at it all since last spring. We got quite a few races off this past summer and the fall, and then this is the busy time of the year down here in Florida for racing. And we were here in November for the turkey trot, then we take December off, and then we're right back at it here in January. And there'll be, like I say, another race. I think it's on the 7th and 8th of February, the end of the first week of February. So you can come on out and join us. And if you're a car enthusiast, if you enjoy driving and you've ever dreamed of driving a car on the racetrack, you need to check out the Sports Car Club of America, because this is amateur racing at its finest. I'm thinking they might have, it's not showing his final yet. They got about 6 minutes on the clock. 6 or 7 minutes, which is enough to run 2 or 3 laps. So maybe these guys will, and in fact, I think I hear the motors coming up. Yes, sir, I'm hoping you guys can hear that too. I can hear him coming. Here we go. And there's Brian Schofield out there leading the pack. So about 25 minutes into a 35-minute race, here they go again. Let's see if they can get a lap off without throwing a yellow flag, man. So thanks everybody for joining us. This is Racer Andy from MyRaceData.com, and we're bringing you the Central Florida Region Winter Vacation Southeast Conference Majors. Here's a great shot of the crossover bridge that gets you into Green Park. If you want to come on over here to Green Park and visit me, if you subscribe to my channel or you get on the My Race Data community forum and you join the forum, we got a free t-shirt for you. And I think you saw what it looked like here. Let me see if I can pop up on the screen. Kind of sitting in a funny place compared to the laptop, but there's what the front of it looks like. So, and I don't think I can show you the back, but anyhow, there's a picture of it on the website, so get on the website and look at it. And like I say, if you subscribe to the channel, and if you subscribed last month, we've got more subscribers than the T-shirts. There's quite a few. You got a free T-shirt coming, and just come on over here, and we got them in the truck with us. So we got men's sizes large and extra large, and the offer is good until a box of T-shirts runs out. So come on over and get yourself a free T-shirt. So this is the Spec Racer Ford race, and it hasn't been the most exciting race in the world. Here comes your leader, Brian Schofield, and you can tell by that beautiful silver. And look at this pack. Look at these guys coming through here, man. Now we're racing. Alrighty, that's a nice sound to hear. Let us know if you can hear the cars, everyone. And the sound I'm describing is those guys going through turn 10 and getting on the gas, which means that we are clean and green. So thanks for joining us, everybody. This is Racer Andy from MyRaceData.com, and we are bringing you the Central Florida Region Winter Vacation Southeast Conference Majors. And there are quite a few racers here this weekend. This is a very well subscribed class, and let's see if I can run down how many racers there are. There are 37 guys in this run group. Yesterday, the Spec Miatas had I think 62 entrances out there on track at one time, so that was pretty cool. Let's get you guys a good look at these, and there's your top 4 or 5. And then look at the score coming in here, man. Here comes a whole nother pack of them. Guys are finally getting some green flag laps in. And there's a shot of beautiful turn 5, the exit of turn 5. And can hear the pack coming down the front straightaway. Here come your leaders. And we have a good race on for first and second. Third isn't too far adrift. Still comes another pack of them. And so, like I was saying, that's the whole fun of club racing, is that there's always somebody to race with. You know, there's always somebody that's that you can have a good race with, and it's a lot of fun. And I did it myself, and I enjoyed it quite a bit. And so, like I say, if you've always dreamed of driving a race car on the racetrack, man, this is a way to go. You join the Sports Car Club of America, and they'll let you get out there, and you can build yourself a race car, or you can buy one. And there's cheaper cars and more expensive cars, and it all depends on your budget. But there's a class for everybody, and you can go out there and show the world how fast you are. And this is for young people who want to make a living in being a professional race car driver. This is where you start out. You start out in club racing, and got a little bit of a breeze. I'll show you the American flag over here. You can see that it's flapping around a little bit, so there's a little bit of a breeze. So this definitely hasn't been one of the most exciting races from this weekend. And those guys, that's it. They, I think they got 2 laps in anger, and that last time by was probably that was probably their cool down lap. Now, it seems to me that they've been letting these guys take victory laps, and I believe you'll probably see that number 61 of Brian Schofield. That's the black and silver one. Black and silver car with the number 61 of Brian Schofield. I believe you'll probably see him come around and they've been letting these guys do victory laps and stuff with a checkered flag. And that's something special they do for the racers, and makes things fun for the guy who wins the race. So thanks everybody for joining us. This is Racer Andy, and I'm from myracedata.com. We are the makers of the TrackBox, which is a data acquisition system that it's a self-contained. You plug it into your car, into the cigarette lighter or something like that, or you can even run it off a brick or battery, power supply. And there's Brian. And he gets to take himself a victory lap. So it's quiet enough I can hear the generator running. And, looks like they're sending the sweeping truck out, clean up the mess these guys made. So we'd like to encourage you to get on the community forum, and there's a bunch of cool stuff that's going on there. That usually that's where we post information about the streams that we're going to be streaming, and all kind of stuff. And that right now we have a program going on where we have some services that we provide racing teams, and we're trying to open it up so everybody can use the services. And so next up is STU, ST Under, that is, and Touring 3, and STL, and then also the SMXs. Now, just so you know, what an SMX is that's a Spec Miata for the Pro Series. And they're a lot like the Spec Miatas that run in the other classes, but they're a little bit slower, and they're a little bit more tightly regulated so that the competition is even, and it's a driver's race. And those run at a lot of those pro races. They run SMX, and it's a pretty exciting class because the cars are all very evenly matched. So I'm not sure, they might take the lunch break first before they run the race. It's about 11:30. Keeping an eye on the corner workers, and pardon me, and they are all still in their stations, so I think they're going to go ahead and try and get one more race in. And like I say, it's about 11:30, and so these are 35-minute races, so that'll put us at lunchtime being about 5 or 10 minutes after afternoon, and they give the corner workers a little while to grab something to eat and get something to drink. Yeah, I can hear the motors up, so pace car leading the pack, and those look like they did this yesterday, so they have a split start for this race, and they let the the SMXs go first, and then the rest of the classes, which is Touring 4 and STU and STL. Here comes the second pace car. How cool is that? We got 2 pace cars. And so there's your field for the second wave. Wow, those things are loud, man. A couple of those cars are clipping a microphone. So hi everybody, this is Racer Andy, and we are coming to you live from Sebring International Raceway, where we're bringing you the Central Florida region winter vacation. It's from the Sports Car Club of America, the Southeast Conference Majors. Thanks for joining us. Hopefully we'll get some good racing in before lunchtime, because the Spec Racer Ford guys just couldn't outmanage to keep it clean, and they ended up running most of their whole race behind the pace car, so that was pretty unfortunate for them. So thanks everybody for joining us. Let's get into some racing action. Those guys coming up past start finish any second now. I think you can hear on the trackside microphone. We got a microphone that points out there at the racetrack, so you guys can hear the cars. And that's a big fun part of racing. And there you go. You hear them coming up. Oh yeah. Here come the Spec SMXs. We got a guy spinning. And, whoops, look at the dirt chopping out of the car. That's pretty funny. So, I think, I'm sure those guys can see me on the side of the track, because the awning has, the awning has the website name on it, and I'm sure they see me sitting up here with a camera. And it's probably embarrassing spinning right in front of the camera. Daytona one time, and the guy spun right in front of me, and when he went to turn around, he paused for a second, and I think I might have waved at him, and I think he flipped me a bird. So you got to understand, those guys are probably, seeing red when they're out there. So. So yeah, they're going past us through 8 and 9 and heading their way up there towards the tower. You can see that. That's why they call it tower turn, because right there, see that tower right in the middle of the shot. That's when you're on the racetrack, you can see that sticking up, and it's kind of a waypoint for you to help you to find your way around. Know which corner you're in and such. Alright, so we're getting some green flag racing in. Thanks everybody for joining us. Jump on the chat and say hello. Let us know how the stream looks. Here come the spec SMXs. STLs and STUs ought to be coming through any second now. Look at these guys go, man. Yeah. So now we get some exciting racing action for you. And look at that beautiful blue sky, everybody. It's a beautiful day here in January 11th, 2026. Thanks for joining us. I'm Racer Andy. We are right smack dab in the middle of the SMX race. And we had a split start so that those guys that have a chance to work things out a little bit before the fast guys coming up behind them. Here come the SMXs. Got a pretty good bunch of fans up in the stands over there. Alright, so these guys are having a nice clean race. So we apologize. It looks like YouTube is reporting not so great a connection, and we really have just about tried everything we know, and seems like for whatever reason the satellite dish is not nice close-up shot for y'all. Get a good look at these cars, man. Starting to get spread out a little bit here. Thanks everybody for joining us. This is Racer Andy from MyRaceData.com. We are bringing you some live racing action, and YouTube is reporting a pretty poor connection, so we encourage everybody to watch the replay later on in the week. We'll do some highlight clips and stuff we've been recording, and hopefully we've got lots of good recordings. And we'll get some highlight clips up, hopefully. There's a big old pack of race cars. Here's one of your touring cars. Alright, looks like YouTube's a little happier now. That's a good thing. Trying to make a pass on the outside. We'll see how that works out. Alrighty, now YouTube is back to reporting an excellent connection now, so whatever it was, we seem to have gotten over it. We have had our fair share of troubles trying to get a broadcast to you guys this weekend, and thanks to all our viewers that jump in the channel and make it get on the chat. Let me see if I can catch this yellow car. Watch this guy jump over the curb now. And they are driving the wheels off that car, man. So we encourage any of you guys, if you are actually racing, if you've raced any time this this past year, and you want some high definition pictures or videos of your car, that you're welcome to use any way you'd like to promote your race team or your driver. Get a hold of us on the forum, because we can probably help you out. Let us know how the stream sounds. Can you guys hear the cars? These guys are having a good, clean race, and that's a good thing. So these are about 35-minute long sprints. He's using the whole racetrack. So we're having a membership drive, and if you subscribe to the channel, or you join the forum, we got a free t-shirt for you. We got sizes large and extra large men's. And all you got to do is subscribe to the channel or log on to the forum, and we encourage you to do both. Guys are having a great race, man. They've been like duking it out all the whole time since look at this pack, man. And look at these two. There's a pass on the inside. And that was your last lap, looks like. So that's a wrap for the STL, STU, Touring 4, and SMXs. So those are your professional. Get you guys a good look at these race cars, man. So I think we've got a couple more feature races coming. So your winner was, whoops, it looks like the race monitor hasn't updated yet. Yeah, I don't think the race monitor is updated. Because they're still on this. There's no way that's, I think my race monitor is messed up. Because it's still pointing at the last race. Powered Mustang. Okay, yeah, no, we've got still a few more minutes to go here. Hang on, let me get my glasses on. Like I say, these are 35-minute long sprint races, so these guys have elapsed 23 minutes. They still have 12 minutes to go, so The number 6 of Nathan Saxon is in a spec SMX, the number 6, and he's leading overall as well as his own class. And I believe that was him. And 401 and whoa, that was a big old slide. Hanging the back end out. What a great shot, man. Alright, I hope you guys are getting a good look at this. There's your touring car. Jumping the curbs. Going in and going out. Look at this pack. There's the pass for the outside. Nope. Couldn't get it done. Alright, we got a heck of a race going here. So Nathan Saxon is leading, and Juan Durchek and Jackson Woolley and Michelle Laurie and Nick Levrione. All of those first 4 cars are all SMXs. Whoa. I think we got some chassis down there. Heard some hard parts dragging, so. But yeah, we got a heck of a race going. We got 10 minutes left in this 35-minute feature, so I think that that'll come out to at least 3 more laps, 2 or 3 more laps. YouTube is reporting an excellent connection. And we are having a great time bringing these races to you. And I was so tired last night, I wasn't sure I was going to be able to get back out here for today's race. But here we are, and it's a good one. Here's the pass around the outside. Look at these guys coming in. And you can see the guys going out under the bridge. So how's that for some great racing action? We've got a few people watching the stream. We appreciate you guys viewing. We're having a little problems with the satellite dish giving us bandwidth, and we're aware that the stream has not been the highest quality this weekend, and we apologize for that. But like I say, hopefully we'll have some good highlight clips later on this week, or that we can post up on the channel, because we've been recording all of it. So, and we have some nice recordings, and even though the stream isn't working that great. So thanks everybody for joining us. This is Racer Andy from MyRaceData.com. We're bringing you Central Florida region winter vacation. Southeast Conference Majors. Southeast Conference Majors. From the Sports Car Club of America. The guy told me, woo, you were mixing it up, man. Whoa! I don't think I caught that on the camera, but boy did he get sideways coming into that corner. That was cool, man. So these guys are having a nice clean race. They're going to go the distance without a yellow flag. So my hat's off to them, keeping it clean. Oops, there went one of the competitors just drove by me going down the service road. That was pretty funny. I don't know what that's all about. You know, there's several places on the racetrack where they can pull off, and if they're having trouble, woo. Uh-oh, something's going wrong there. That car is either out of fuel or I'm not exactly sure what he's doing. He just made it past the bridge abutment. I don't know what's going on there. And there is a standing yellow in that corner. He looks stuck, man. Let's see if I can zoom in a little closer. So that's a problem. Let's see what happens, but I think they're going to end up having to throw a full course yellow. There's a standing yellow in that particular corner. So, but folks are still racing. Must have himself tucked back out of the impact zone because they got a standing yellow in this corner, but they're not stopping them. So the corner workers, they kind of do their best to keep the race going. These two are having at it. So clean and green all the way to the checkered flag. So thanks everybody for joining us. It looks like we've got a few viewers watching the stream. I haven't had a chance to look at my phone so I can check the chat, but say hi in the chat. Yeah, and you can see that car is still sitting right there. That's right in the upper right hand corner of the screen there. I think when this race is over, I better go grab a few straps and make sure the canopy doesn't blow away on me. It looks like the wind is kicking up a little bit. You can probably hear it. once in a while it gets so breezy that, whoops, yeah, stuff's flying around. Okay, hi everybody. I had to take a quick break and step away from the microphone and run around and get the canopy strapped down because it's starting to get breezy. And it can get real breezy real fast. And then I have a catastrophe on my hands, and sometimes I'm afraid that the whole awning is going to fly off and end up out there on the racetrack, and then the marshals will probably come and ask me what the heck I think I'm doing. And with that, I'd also like to just say that really everybody has been really so nice and accommodating towards us. And all the folks at the Central Florida region, the volunteers and the marshals and the registrar and all the folks that run these races for us, they just do a great job, and they're all volunteers, and nobody's getting paid for this. They're all coming out and they're using their time and they're helping us put these races on, and they do a great job of it. They're very professional. The Central Florida region of the Sports Car Club of America, their motto is make it easy, make it fun. And they make it easy and they make it fun, and it is a whole bunch of fun. And so I encourage you to come on out and watch some of these races. And if you're a person who likes cars and you always dreamed of being a race car driver, there's your winners. And they're taking their victory lap side by side. How cool is that, man? That was pretty cool. So, and looks like we got a couple of people viewing the stream. We realize that quality of the stream has been not that great this time, and we tried a bunch of different things, and really there wasn't too much of it at all that seemed to do any good. And here you are. So like I say, if you're a racer in the southeast United States and you've been to any of the Central Florida region races in about the last year, we've probably got some footage of you, pictures of your car on track, and we encourage you to get a hold of us, and we'd be happy to share those with you. And you could use them copyright free to promote your race team or whatever you want to do with them. Okay, so hang on a second. Let me look at the schedule. Yeah, the wind is picking up. Let's see. There's our American flag. Beautiful stars and bars. And you can see he's whipping around in the wind a little bit. So, and I had to jump up and run around and try and strap down the canopy real quick before it gets too out of control, because every once in a while the wind really starts kicking up around here. And during the summer, it's welcome relief. Okay. So let me see if I can take a quick glance at the schedule. See what we have next, where the blower trucks get some of the dirt off the... Okay, so I think the next race that we're going to bring you And look, fellers, you're on TV. You're backing up. I think they decided they hadn't thrown enough dust at the camera yet. Like I say, that's when it's daylight savings time. We're over there on the other side of turn 5. We like to sit over there. It's a nice shot because you get the entrance of we're sort of at the exit of turn 4, and you get them all the way coming out of turn 3 and through turn 4, and then going by into turn 5, and it's a nice shot. But in the fall and winter, when the time changes, then the sun is very low in the sky. Over here to camera right, when I point the camera over there towards the bridge, the light gets real low in the sky, and it makes a picture pretty terrible. So when it's standard daylight, we come over here on the other side of the spectator mound. There you can see. Let's see if I can spin the camera around. There's the spectator mound. And there you can see there's a catch cage. It kind of is there to keep the cars from flying into the grandstands and stuff. So I'm seeing that the corner workers are all stepping away from their corner stations, and that means that we're going to take a lunch break. And we will probably stay on the air throughout the lunch break, but see. And usually the lunch break is right at an hour, so it's 12:15 right now. So probably you'll have some racing action by about 10 after, quarter after 1. I think we have 2 more classes. We have the open wheel cars, and then we have the ground pounders. And so we have 2 more races this afternoon. They're 35-minute races each. Hi, everybody, and welcome back. And thanks for tuning in. This is Racer Andy from myracedata.com, and I hear some engines off in the distance. I hope you can too. And these should be our open wheel cars. Welcome back from the lunch break. Thanks everybody who's watching us, and thanks for tuning in. This is the Central Florida region winter vacation, the Southeast Conference Majors. And here comes some race cars coming onto the track. There's the pace car, and there's your field coming through. These are some loud cars, man, let me tell you. So, hopefully we'll get some good racing this afternoon. We got two groups that are going to run. This first group is the open wheelers. And then we have the ground pounders, the big GT cars. And those things are fast and loud, and it's a lot of fun. So thanks for joining us. Be sure and get on the forum, and there's probably going to be some, I did a pit walk yesterday, or I'm sorry, Friday. And in fact, yesterday I went through the pits too. But we'll probably post some pictures if you get on the forum and you log in, you join the forum, we're going to give you a free t-shirt. We got a membership drive going on, and we got sizes large and extra large men's. There's a whole box of them, and this offer is good until the box of t-shirts runs out. So get a hold of us, and even if you're not at the racetrack today, get on the forum and contact the administrator of the forum, and we'll give you some instructions on how to get your t-shirt shipped to you free of cost. And if you subscribe to the channel, we've had a couple of new subscribers so far this weekend, and we appreciate it. And if you subscribe to the channel, our YouTube channel, we'll send you a free t-shirt as well. We encourage you to do both of those things. We encourage you to subscribe to the channel, and we encourage you to join the forum. And the forum has a lot of interesting stuff for racers and fans alike. And right now we're doing a trial of, we have online racing services for race teams to be able to use online tools for their scheduling and communication and marketing and all kinds of things like that. It's a new program, and we're trying to open it up to the public so that folks can use those online services. We have a couple of different things. We have an online spare parts inventory. Every race car has spare parts, and we have an online spare parts inventory, and that's not quite yet available for public consumption, but we have the race team up there. We have the parts for our car, and you can hear those cars coming, can't you? They should be making their way up through turns 1 and 2 here any second now and coming into view. Thanks everybody for joining us. This is Racer Andy from MyRaceData.com. Here they come. If you listen to them, now they're all headed down there into turn 7, and now they're already flying up the back of through turns 8 and 9 and making their way towards turn 10, the tower turn. And can you hear those cars? They are just really loud, some of them. So these are purpose-built open wheel race cars. Fix my headphones, they were getting kind of loose on my head. Hi everybody, there's Racer Andy. There's what your t-shirt looks like. Let me see. Okay. So if you want to see what the t-shirt looks like, and it's got the Japanese naval war flag insignia on the back, and they're pretty cool looking cars. Coming up, there's your leader. First, second, third overall. Look at that beautiful blue sky, everybody. So this is January in Florida, and that's why the Central Florida region of the SCCA calls this winter vacation, because I don't know about the rest of the country, they're probably snowed in, but it's a nice, beautiful low 80s and blue skies, a light breeze. It's the nicest time of the year to be in Florida, and it's a great time of the year to come racing. It's a club races, so we hope y'all can join us. Make plans for next year. waiting for the open wheelers to come into view. And jump on the chat, say hi to everybody. It's always nice to hear from folks. There's your overall first place. There's second. And there's third. Okay. And there's a prototype back there. Is it? These things are missiles, man. They are fast. Comes another group. So if you're a racer in the Central Florida region, if you've run any races here in Central Florida region this past summer and fall, we've probably got some great still shots and some great video clips of your car on track. And if you like, you can get a hold of us and we'd be happy to supply those to you absolutely copyright free, so that you can use them to promote your team and show everybody your race car and maybe get some sponsorship and stuff like that, man. So if you're a racer who's raced in the Central Florida region this past season, give us a shout. Get on the forum. The forum is the website is myracedata.com, and the forum is community.myracedata.com. But if you just go to myracedata.com, there's a big old link at the top of the page that'll bring you to the community forum. And all you need to log on, it's completely free. And all you need is an email address. You get a good shot of second place here. Here's your second place overall. Here's your third place. Here's fourth overall. How's that for some racing action? Guys are having a good race, man. We'll see how that works out. So they look like they're just getting ready to start having themselves a good old race. So good afternoon, everybody. Happy Sunday afternoon, Sunday fun day. And uh-oh, I've got an emergency vehicle out on the racetrack, but so far it seems okay. I'm not seeing any. I do see a yellow down in that corner down there. No, maybe, yeah, I think they're just displaying the white, which the white flag tells the racers that there's emergency vehicles on the racetrack, and that way those guys don't come up on one of the corner workers in their pickup trucks. And so it seems like we're going to stay green. There's your leader. He's starting to pull a pretty handy lead out. And there's overall third place. Those guys are starting to pull a little bit of a gap on and these two are having a good race, man. They're right close together. We'll wait for that. everybody, so you can show your mom. Okay, it looks like the better part of that argument got settled, apparently. The open wheeler got by the prototype. Now, I think there's 4 different classes that are out on track right now, and there's P1 and P2, which are prototype 1 and prototype 2, and then I think there's the Formula Atlantics. Okay, so guys, this is going to be a 35-minute race, and we're about 10 minutes into it, and James French in Formula Atlantic is leading overall. That's the number 46 of James French, and number 51 is and there's James right there. And we'll fly back over here, and there's your second place. So that is an in-class race. Okay, those guys are racing against each other. All right, and that third one is Lawrence Loshak, and he's in a prototype. Got some good racing going on, man. That's a good shot, man. Those cars accelerate so quickly out of that corner, it's almost hard to keep them in frame, man. Got some prototypes are duking it out, man. Got some racing going on. Okay, so first overall is James French in a Formula Atlantic. Second is Larry Howard. He's also in a Formula Atlantic. Third place overall, but first in class is Lawrence Loshak. He's in a prototype. And then you see Nathan Bird, and he's in also in a Formula Atlantic. And then you see Bart Wolf in 5th place overall. That's a prototype. And so he would be second in his class. Bruce Hamilton is running in 3rd in another Formula Atlantic. Here comes your leader. He's pulling out a pretty handy lead over 2nd place. Here's 2nd. You can see the gap. Okay. And there's 3rd, but he's also, that car is leading his class. He's 1st in class for the prototypes. And you can see the top 3 overall are pulling out a pretty good-sized gap. And this is another Formula Atlantic. Okay. Shooting out the exhaust. That's pretty cool. It always makes for a good, Yeah, man. So thanks everybody for joining us. This is Racer Andy from MyRaceData.com, bringing you Central Florida region, winter vacation, Southeast Conference, majors, Sports Car Club of America, road racing right here on MyRaceData.com, streaming live. There's your leader. Here comes second place overall. There's third place, but first in class in the prototypes. These guys are having a good race, man. Keeping it nice and clean. And you can see they're getting quite a gap. Enjoying this live racing action. You see that the stream looks healthy, which is good news. We've been having some real problems with getting the stream up to YouTube this weekend for whatever reason. Listen to this car, man. It sounds like a ballistic missile, man. So, that car accelerates so hard out of turn 5. So let us know how the stream looks. Let us know how it sounds. Those three are running pretty close, man. And as well, 4 of them. You know, we're liable to see some changes in the running order. Those guys keep it up. Okay, so your leader is still James French and Larry Howard. Those two are in Formula Atlantic. Lawrence Loshak is third place overall, the first of the prototypes. Then you have Nathan Bird in It's a very pretty car, man. And using the whole racetrack. Got a pretty good race going here, man. Okay, so I think that was second and third. I'm sorry, I was trying to get a drink. But, so I'm watching a helicopter take off from the airport next door, man. That's pretty cool. Guys are starting to get spread out a little bit. Makes it easier for me to get a good shot of everybody. Yesterday we had 62 Spec Miatas all come to the grid, and I'll tell you, there is really nothing like watching 60 cars, China full-bodied cars, even if they're little full-bodied cars. You know, they were coming through turn 5 here. Right in front of the camera. They were coming through this corner right here, like 2 and 3 wide. These are first and second overall, first and second in class as well. And as you can see, they're making their way through some of the back markers. This is the first in class prototype, and he's running third overall. And they're all starting to make their way through lap traffic, so could get interesting. Let us know if you can hear the race cars. I think you can. But for a while there, we were having a heck of a time with getting We're having a heck of a time getting. You think something as loud as a race car wouldn't be that difficult to get a microphone to pick up, but two of those cars are your first and second place overall. And I'm thinking that those guys might be biding their time, waiting for the last lap to come up. So we got about 25 minutes in here. So you've got about 10 minutes to go, which equates to maybe 2 or 3 more laps. So if the fireworks are going to start, it shouldn't take too much longer. So hi everybody, I'm Racer Andy and this is MyRaceData.com, and we are bringing you Central Florida Region Sports Car Club of America road racing at its finest. Look at these two. Those 3 cars have been close the whole race, man. Like I say, we got about 10 minutes to go, so you probably see about 2-3 more laps here. We're going to get done a little bit earlier in the day today. Yesterday, I think the last race was at 4 o'clock or something like that, and by the time I got everything packed up and in the truck, and it was dark. Luckily, I had those little flashlights you put on your head, you know. If I'm not mistaken, that's first and second. And those guys they're staying in touch with each other, that's for sure. We got a little bit of gap back to third place, which is the prototype. There he is. And he seems like he's pretty happy with first overall in class, and look at that American flag waving. It's gotten a little bit breezier, so. Guys come out of that exit so quickly, it's hard to keep them in the shop, man. They're just flying. I'm thinking a party might be over because those guys, I don't see a yellow flag waving, so I think that the most likely scenario is that they just went past the checkered flag. Yep, he's definitely moving at a little bit more relaxed a pace. That was a good race. That was the open wheelers, and So thanks for watching, everybody. This is Racer Andy, and you are watching MyRaceDaily.com. And we are bringing you the Central Florida Region SCCA Winter Vacation. These guys are even jumping the curb on the cool down lap, man. Alrighty, so that means we've got one group left, and they saved a good one for the end. Got the GT cars coming up next, and oh, what a mix of cars you got there. You got guys in big old baby Grands with big V8 engines in them, like stock car, Grand National stock cars that have been converted for road racing. You have purpose-built GT1 cars. You have GT cars that are the types of cars that you see in the World Endurance Challenge at Le Mans and in the 24 Hours at Daytona and the 12 Hours at Sebring, both of which are coming up here. Then next weekend is the Roar Before the 24, which is IMSA's practice weekend for the competitors, so they can get ready for the 24 Hours of Daytona, which is the following week, so 2 weeks from right now. Pardon me, I was grabbing a drink, man. Okay, so that was a pretty good open wheel race, and those guys were quite well behaved, which is a good thing. We've had our fair share of yellow flags here this weekend. The Spec Racer Ford race this morning, I think they were under yellow more than they were under green. I mean, they stopped the race for, they had the pace car pull out, and they ran about 2 laps under a full course yellow, and they went back to green, and as soon as the first lap that they were back to green, they had a second incident, and they went under full course yellow again, and I think they might have gotten 1 or 2 laps at the end there, but they definitely didn't get their whole 35 minutes, that's for sure. So thanks for joining us, everybody. I'm Racer Andy, and we've been out here all weekend. We're going to be here in February, and I think by then maybe I'll get a second satellite dish or something, because we were streaming at 4K last time, and it looked beautiful, and we're streaming at 1080 this time, but and I had a chance very briefly to look at the replay last night in the hotel room, and it looked pretty good. So okay, so there's your 2 class winners, and their 3 class winners, 4 class winners. There you go. So can make a victory lap with their checkered flags. So that's a special treat for the drivers, man. They like that stuff. So, and here we are. This is like I say, this is January in Florida, and it's in the low 80s, and the sky is blue. There's a little bit of clouds here and there, but for the most part, it's a beautiful, beautiful day. And I encourage everybody, all you racers from up north that are snowed in right now, I encourage you next year to come. This is the 46th annual Central Florida Region Winter Vacation Race, so I'm pretty sure they're going to have it next year as well. So make plans and come down here and race in the Central Florida region, because we got some of the best racing action you're going to find anywhere in all of club racing. So we'd like to thank all the corner workers, the volunteers, the folks working in tech and race control, the registrar, all of these people. These are all volunteers, and these are all folks who voluntarily come out and spend their time so that they can put on these great club races. These are all volunteers, man. And if you'd like to volunteer, get a hold of the club. That's scca.com. And boy, I'll tell you, you get a real close look at the action. It's one way to get a good look at the race. So I have some friends over in the corner over there on the other side of the spectator berm at the entrance of turn 5, which is where I usually sit when it's daylight savings time. And I've made friends with those guys, and yesterday they had a car lose control, and it literally hit the tire wall right in front of the corner station. And I heard the one of them, I think he said, well, I was getting ready to run, and I got over there. I was like, you guys get a pretty good look at the action from here or what? And they were laughing. So like I say, if you want to come out here and help the club and volunteer, and they'll train you and teach you how to be a corner worker or one of the marshals and tech, or and guys and gals, they got a job for everybody. So, and last night we went. They have a little social after the race on Saturday night. We went in there and in the SCCA building, and they had some chicken wings and pizza and lots of beer, and everybody was having a good time. So it's a fun weekend if you're a car enthusiast, if you're a racing enthusiast, and maybe you live in the Florida area and you want to volunteer. And the club is all over the country. There's regions in every part of the United States and all of North America. And boy, if you've ever dreamed of being a real race car driver, or you've got a car and you just love to see what it could do out on the track, this is your opportunity to do it. And it's a lot of fun. It's a family-friendly environment. And a lot of times, for instance, you can camp out here. If you have a motorhome, you can come to Sebring and camp out right next to the racetrack and watch the races, and that's a lot of fun. So thanks everybody for joining us. This is Racer Andy from MyRaceData.com. We're getting ready for the last race of the day, which is the GT cars, the GT1 cars, the GTX cars, which are like prototypes straight off of the Le Mans grid. You should see some of these things, man. They're just really spectacular cars. I did a pit walk on Friday, and if you get on the website, we'll put some pictures up there from my pit walk yesterday or Friday, and you can get a good look at these cars up close. And we got a picture of just about all the club racers. We went over and briefly spoke with Jose Osiris Pena, who was down there in Miami the previous weekend as well at Homestead, and he's a super friendly guy. And boy, what a fast race car driver. He's a quick behind the wheel. So like I say, it's a great time. You can walk through the paddock area and watch these guys work on these cars, and it's just heaven for car guys. And if you're a car enthusiast, if you're a racing enthusiast, we encourage you to come on out here and join the fun. So I believe this race is also being live streamed on the Sports Car Club of America YouTube channel, and I'm sure they have a much more professional racing coverage than we bring you here at myracedata.com. The broadcasts we do are kind of more like if you came to the racetrack, what you would experience if you came to the racetrack and you sat on the side of the racetrack and you had old Andy sitting next to you explaining what was going on, or just talking nonstop and you'd wish you'd be quiet or something. I don't know, one or the other. So maybe jump in the chat and tell us, you know. But we're having a great time. The weather's been great all weekend long. It's been a nice, sunny 80 degrees. This is a heck of a winter vacation. So thanks everybody for joining us. We should have the GT cars coming up here directly. And this is Racer Andy for myracedata.com. Hi, everybody. uh, I'm Racer Andy, and thanks for joining us on the stream. We are getting ready to have the last race of the day, which is the GT cars, and that should be an exciting way to wrap up the weekend. And so, thanks everybody for joining us. Looks like we got a bunch of people watching the stream right now, and thanks everybody for supporting us. We are trying to promote the club and promote the Central Florida region and promote all you guys individual race teams, and we appreciate when you guys give us a thumbs up or subscribe to the channel. That helps us a bunch, because YouTube then starts showing it to a bunch of other folks and watching other racing related stuff on YouTube, and they show them our stream, and you guys can, get your race cars out there on the World Wide Web, and it'll help promote your team and your driver. And we're going to be out here next month on the 7th and 8th, I believe, of February 2026. And we've already registered for the race. We've got some hotel reservations made, and we should be out here for that race. And so that should be exciting and fun too. So we've got a membership drive going on right now. You can get a T-shirt just like this one I've got on, and let's see if I can turn around and show you the back of it. I don't know whether you can see it or not. But yeah, they're nice T-shirts, and if you subscribe to our YouTube channel, or you get on the forum and you log on to the forum, that we'll send you a T-shirt, and you can private message the administrator of the forum, and he'll give you instructions on how to get your T-shirt shipped to you at no cost whatsoever to you. It's free for being a member of our forum or a subscriber to our channel. And we've had a couple of new subscribers this weekend. And we encourage you guys to support the channel and support My Race Data. And we've got a lot of exciting stuff going on. Like I say, we're rolling out a test for the online race team services. This is stuff that you can use to organize your logistics for your team and keep everybody on schedule. You get a forum all of your own where your team members can post messages to one another. You have a live chat, which is an encrypted chat, works kind of just like WhatsApp or something like that, but just private, just for your team, and it's by invitation only. And there's a lot of other tools. We have a demonstration of our online inventory that we use to keep track of the spare parts for our race car, and we're trying to roll that out so maybe all the teams could use that. But we want to try out the team services, the online team services. So we've got a test going on. So if that sounds like something that you would be interested in, having a way for your whole team to be able to communicate and stay organized, and schedules and all types of things like that, is so important for a race team to do, then you might be interested in being one of our testers for the new program. We're hoping eventually that we'll be able to open that up to the public so that everybody can join up. If you have a race team, we don't care if you're a big race team or a small race team. We don't care, or even some car clubs. We've have where guys are, if you have at least 10 members, if you have a car club. Some of these are on some of the other social media outlets, and I think I hear the GT cars coming up. So get a hold of us and subscribe to the channel if you want a free T-shirt, and we'll hook you up. So this next race is the GT cars. It's a 35-minute feature race, and it should be exciting. And boy, let me tell you, when it comes to loud cars, these are some loud race cars too. So they'll be coming up on track here any minute. I can hear them making their way. There's your pace car leading the track, leading the pack. So there's your ground pounders. And that's a heck of a field. Look at these. This is a pretty good sized group of guys, man. We got a big old race on our hands here. All right. So you see there's every variety of different type of GT cars, and I think some of them are spec Corvettes, and most of these cars have big V8 engines in them, and they are fast. They are 180, 190 mile an hour cars, and we're running the 12-hour configuration this weekend. Ooh, listen to those cars come cooking up the back, man. All right, and I can see them looking over my shoulder, and I can see them coming through 8 and 9, being led by the pace car, and you can hear them. Can you hear those? Ooh. Yeah, man. So they're making their way over to turn 10, the tower turn, and then they're going to get on, go through the series of S's that leads them out onto that back straightaway. And that's where these big cars are definitely going to hit big numbers, man, because that's a long straightaway. It used to be a runway back in the day back in World War II, this was called Hendricks Airfield, and that's where they trained B-52 bomber pilots here during World War II. That's where this racetrack came from, and that back straightaway is one of the runways. It's a concrete runway that they taught guys how to fly B-52s. Pardon me while I grab a drink. And yeah, we were over there Friday, and they're building a brand new crossover bridge over on it's about halfway down the pro paddock, so folks can walk in and go over to the other side of the back straightaway, and then they've got a view stand that's it's down there in turn 16 on the outside of the corner, which is pretty cool too. It's probably a pretty cool way of watching what's going on over there in 16. And then there's a whole spectator area they've got set up over there on the far side of the opposite side of the track from the pro paddock on the back straightaway, and getting ready for the 12 hours. You can hear those engines coming up as they're making their way through down the front straightaway and into turn 1. They should be coming into view any time now. Here they come. There's your leader. Too wide all the way through 5, man. That is not a super wide racetrack, man. I mean, you can see how wide that road is, and those guys are coming through there too wide, little ways down into the pack, making their way through turn 7 and up through 8 and 9. They are flying, man. Okay, I can see them making their way through the tower turn. They're getting a little bit spread out. And some of them are already cooking their woo. Man, those things are fast. You see them going up through 15 and 16 and just really, really cooking, man. So I encourage you guys to come out here and check this out. Because last time I can't really see it in the monitor because it's too bright out here. But yeah, see, you guys you guys can see them going along out there and going through 16 and 17. And at home, I can't really see that clearly on the monitor because we're out here in the bright daylight. You can hear them making their way down that front straightaway again, coming towards us. See if I can pick them up. Yeah, there they come through turn 1 and 2. And then the berm kind of gets in the way a little bit. There's your leader. It looks like he's pulling out a pretty handy lead. Look at this one. Look at these two. Look how close they are. Yeah, man. You might have to turn your volume down. There you see them making their way through turn 10 and 11, or I'm sorry, through 8 and 9 and headed up towards the tower turn, and then I'll show you there. There's that tower. You see that when you're on the racetrack, you can see the tower, and now I'll point the camera over there so you guys can see them. They're coming down that back straightaway, and then you can hear them coming down the front straightaway, man. Here's your leader coming through. Get back to that race for second and third. Okay, so that should be interesting because those guys that green car is a Viper, man. Let me tell you, that thing is scary looking. Whoa, did you catch that? Big old baby Grand is putting a wheel right up on the curving, man. Look how close these two are. A couple of Corvettes just having a big old argument over who's going to go first, man. Yeah. Boy, this is exciting. These guys are just... This looks like this feller had a little bit of trouble. I think he might have spun out. I'm not sure, but it looked like he was just getting started back again. So now we got some racing going on, man. This is cool. Yeah, now you can see them off coming up through 15 and 16 and making their way towards that back straightaway. I think I can already hear them coming down the front straightaway. Oh yeah. Here comes your leader. And these two, they're paddocked together. You know, they at least know one another because they're paddocked together. Now look how close these two are. Yeah, man. Look how close these guys are. Alright, we got a couple of races down to the field, man. This is cool. Here we can... How's that for a shot? Here comes your leader. We're watching see if we can check second and third out. And like I say, those two are paddocked together, so they know each other. Here comes your fourth overall, which is a Green Viper. Whoa. Yeah, man. Whoops. We had the little Mustang left the surface. He left the racing surface. That sounded crazy. Look at these two Corvettes, man. They're just lap after lap, man. Here comes your leader already. Those guys are probably getting pretty close to... Whoops, no. That's a... No, there's your leader, and he's definitely coming up on the back of the pack, so... There's the two Toyotas. Those guys are second and third overall. And the Dodge is clearly pulled away from the rest of these guys. These three are close. Look how close these guys are, man. They're having a good race. Here's the two Corvettes, man. I can smell the racing fuel. Those things don't run on pump gas. Lamborghini. And you see, like I say, that Dodge Viper. I went and looked at that car in the paddock, and I told the guy, I said, man, this thing's a monster, you know, and he's like, yep. Mustang seems to have righted himself. Woo! Right up on the curbing. That big old Grand National, man. We call those things baby Grands. It's a Grand National car that's been refitted so it's safe to race in road racing. Guys are staying in touch pretty close, so there's your leader, and he's trying to make his way past the black marker there. You see him going around the outside as he makes his way into Big Bend, and here comes second and third. And you see they've got a bit of a gap. So Alex Meyer is that's your first placed car. Is look at this. Look how close those guys are, man. I think you might see some opportunity for a pass coming up there. And so we're about halfway through. We're 17 minutes into this 35-minute feature. These guys are keeping it clean, man. Got a nice clean race going on here. Look at this pack, man. Yeah. These guys are having a great race, man. There's a whole pack of them. Jumping off the curb. What a pretty race car, man. And those guys are starting to tighten up a little bit, man. They're starting to close in on each other. Yeah, they got a race going on there, man. They're a little past half distance and they're already kind of squabbling over who's going to end up taking that position. And here comes overall second and third. Nice slide. That's why he's in front, man. Because he's willing to push that car. You could see the front wheels just trying to bite, man, and probably a little bit of throttle gets the whole thing turning. Yeah, man. There's one of those GTXs, man. It's like a prototype that you would see in Le Mans. Look how close these two are, man. But we're waiting to see what happens there, man. See if the Porsche makes his way around. Yeah, man. So thanks everybody for joining us. This is Racer Andy, and we are bringing you Central Florida region winter vacation. This is how we have winter vacation here in Florida. We go to the racetrack. And I think you should come down here and join us next year. So this is the 46th annual Winter Vacation by Central Florida Region Sports Car Club of America. This is the greatest amateur racing that you will find in North America. Okay, look at these. This is I believe that's your leader, and I could be wrong about that. Yep, because here comes second and third, and he's making his way around. They just got caught up in the middle of that big old pile of cars. Yeah, you can just sort of see him come popping out of four, man. There's your leader. And second and third overall were making their way through this big old batch of cars. Look, they're still passing them. Ooh, and we're both going to go by. So if you want to stay in touch, you better keep up. So they decided to both go by the lap car. Here comes the Dodge Vipers moving up on some of the slower guys as well. So thanks for joining us, everybody. This is our last group of the weekend. And we haven't had the greatest luck with the satellite. Our satellite connection has not been so great, and so we've had a lot of trouble with the stream going up and down all over the place. But we've got some folks are watching the stream. We appreciate you. We encourage you to these two cars seem pretty evenly matched. We encourage you to subscribe to the channel and give us a thumbs up and all that stuff. I believe this is your leader. And he is picking him up and putting him down. And there's a back marker, and you should be seeing that there's second and third, and they have swapped places. And I'm sure that was not the outcome they were they were thinking was those two they're paddock together, so look at this group, man. Look how close these three are. A couple of Corvettes. Here comes the Viper, man. He's like, nah, 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 nah. Yeah, man. Look at this. There's a whole bunch of racing going on all the way down through the field. Yeah, like I say, from this spot, I can sort of just see him pop out of turn 4, man. It's pretty cool. Try and get everybody some camera time here, man. If you're a racer in the Central Florida region, man, get a hold of us. Because we probably got some cool video clips of your car on track, man. Like that. So, like I say, if you're a Central Florida region competitor, get a hold of us and we'll send you some pictures or some cool videos. And you can use them copyright free. Come on, dude. There you go. Using the whole racetrack there, just you can see that. Here comes your leader. And he is cooking. He's pulled himself out a pretty substantial lead over overall second and third place. And there they are, and that's second and third. And they have swapped positions from how they started. And they are staying very close in touch with each other, so I think there's some bragging rights going on there, man. You know, to get home and tell all their buddies. About who's fastest. Yeah, man. These guys are flying through here. Oopsie, Audi had a little snafu there, and he ended up all the way out near the curbing. He looks like he's lap almost the entire field. And you see he's got quite a gap. This is second and third. Uh-oh. This sure is starting to spread out a little bit. So see, that's turn 4 right over there where I got the camera pointed. It's kind of hard to tell, but yeah, you see him just pop out of there. You can also, if you're looking at distance, you can see him. So we're making our way through the last race of the day, and this is Racer Andy from myracedata.com, and we just really want to tell you all how much we appreciate you watching the channel, and we're hoping that everybody wants to subscribe. I think those guys they might be done. Let's see, let me check the race monitor. Yep, that was it. So that was your race. Alex Meyer was first in GT1, and then Ethan Taro, he was second overall, but he was in GT2, so he wins his race. And then Jackson Taro, he was also in GT2. So apparently those are the two Toyotas, and they know each other. Apparently they're either father and son or brothers or somebody. And like I say, they were paddocked together, and I think Jackson had about half distance. He was leading Ethan, and they ended up switching places about halfway through the race. Then fourth overall, also in a GT2, is Lee Saunders. And let me put my glasses on. And that was that green Dodge Viper. So Lee in the number 48, that's also a GT2 car. And he got third place in GT2, which is a pretty doggone good finish. And that is one fast car, let me tell you. Then, Justin Elder, he's in a GT2, which is a Chevy Camaro. And in sixth place in GTX was Gary Crook. Seventh was Joseph Frieda, and he was your second place GT1 car. And then was Troy Monty, and I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. Hey, buddy. You like to wave at the racers. And there goes Ethan Tovo in his Toyota Camry. Those things are cool, man. And so that's going to wrap it up. We've had a really good race, and it's about 20 minutes to 3, about 2:40, and that's a nice change from yesterday. Yesterday the races ran all the way till about 4 o'clock, and by the time I started tearing my gear down, it was getting dark, and I had to put the little flashlight on my head so I could get the rest of the equipment stashed in the truck. So we'd like to thank y'all for tuning in. This is Racer Andy, and I'm from myracedata.com. We're going to be out here next month on the 7th and 8th of February 2026. They call that the Central Florida Region Cabin Fever Race. So like I say, if you're an up north racer and you're getting cabin fever, come on down here to Florida and race with us. And we race in January and February, and I mean, look at what a beautiful day it is. It's in the 80s, and there's the tower, and there's the stars and bars, man. So we appreciate everybody tuning in. Here come the last of your class winners. Getting to take a victory lap with their checkered flag, and like I say, come back and join us for the February Cabin Fever race here in Central Florida region of the Sports Car Club of America. This is Racer Andy, and thanks everybody for tuning in. Thanks everybody for watching, and keep an eye on the channel, because we had a really bad satellite connection this weekend, and so a lot of the races we were having problems with the stream, and it was probably really choppy. And We appreciate folks watching us anyhow. And but we have everything recorded, and we'll go home and we'll make some highlight clips, and we'll post those in the next week or two. So keep an eye on the channel, and also if you don't even have to log on to the forum, but if you get on the forum, we did several pit walks on Friday, and we took a bunch of stills. And if you were here, we probably got a picture of your car in the paddock. So get a hold of us in the forum, and if you're a racer here in Central Florida region, we'll send you some copyright-free still shots, so you can use them to promote your race team. And thanks everybody for joining us. This is Racer Andy from MyRaceData.com.